tere. Nii, kõik töötab. Väga hea. Tere õhtust, kes meil siin juba on. Tere Grämmelen, tere Jamsi, tere Sass, tere Urmo, tere Tops, Jops. Esimest korda kirjutab. Tere. Siis tere Redbeard, tere Margo, tere Tuikas, tere Tank. Nii, tere. Just jõudsid koju, Tank, või? Väga tore. Urmo ka. No nii, tundub, et kell 6 jõuavad kõik koju. Selge pilt. Nii. Ja, mina olen täna kodus olnud ja siin tegin täna natukene elektritöid. Vahetasin paar pistikupesa ära ja mis mul siin vahetamata olid ja üks oli siuke hea 5, teine oli 2. Natukene läks aega. Mis nüüd? Väike läägina oli mul siin, aga vist on korras kõik. Siis lõhkusin natukene puid väljas, suutsin natukene toksata kirvega oma põialt, mitte nagu selle terava otsaga, vaid teise otsaga. Nii et nüüd on põial natukene valus, aga pole hullu, saame hakkama. Ja mis veel siis? Ega midagi. Ilm on siukene üpriski soe olnud, kõik on siukene plägane ja lumi on peaaegu läinud, mõned hanged on veel siin-seal. Siis neljapäeval tuleb mul, täna helistati sealt vallavalitsusest, et tullakse üle vaatama asju. Me siis, kes veel ei tea, me siis üritame seda kasutusluba saada, et nüüd on kõik paberid ja asjad on esitatud, aga nad tahavad veel koha peale ka tulla üle vaatama. Mis pidi olema, põhimõtteliselt teistes valdades ilmselt väga nii ei käi asjad, aga tuleb välja, et Saue vald on siukene eriti tublid töötajad, et nad tahavad ikka üle vaadata kõik asjad. Nii et jah. Nii et Saue vald üritab olla korralik. Mis iseenesest ma ei tea, kas see on hea või halb, aga eks siis neljapäeval näeb. Nii. Ja täna siis lähme mängime, mõtlesin jälle, mida mängida. Ma siin peaaegu oleks juba Enshroudedid ära ostnud. Aga mõtlesin, et okei, et ma olen siin seda Stanley Parable'i edasi lükanud. Nii palju olen seda mängimist edasi lükanud, vahepeal tuli Ultra Deluxe Edition välja, aga kuna see praegu tuli alla hinnatud, siis ma võtsin selle ette ja lõpuks mängin selle mängu ära siis. Vot, kaua võib, on ju? Paneme pildi ette, paneme Spotify white, ma ei tea, kas siin mängus mingi muusika või asi on. Nii, nüüd mäng küsib, kõigepealt küsis mu käest subtiitreid. Ma panin need English, please. Ja siis ja ta küsib, kas ma olen mänginud seda ennem. Ja siis ma võin ausalt öelda, et ma ei ole seda mänginud ennem. Ja nüüd ma pean mingid sliderid siin adjustima. Tere, Volle. Tuikas on ka kaineks saanud vahepeal. Okei. Tops Jops sai vanast bänni või? Mis asja? Mis te siis korraldad? Kuidas saab üldse Twitch'is bänni saada? Selgita mulle ka. Mis jama sa pead korda saatma, et seda teha. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Barely visible. Nii, barely. See on mingi horror mäng, et ma pean siukest sliderit tegema. No ma ei tea, ma ei tea, kuidas teil on. Striimis vist oleks umbes niimoodi või? Mina tegelikult, minu monitoril tegelikult vaevu nähtav on siukene. Aga et Striimis ka midagi pärast näha läks, ma panen natukene heledamaks, paneme siia poole peale umbes. Nii, õhtust Sormain. Huvitav nimi, tere. Täna on mingid uued nimed on kõik chatis. See on iga mäng, mis kunagi tehtud on. Ja ma olen kuulnud igasuguseid toredaid asju selle mängu kohta. Sest ma ei ole nagu ennast kurssi viinud. Et just sellega, et ma ei spoiliks ära midagi. Mis see kell meil on siis? Oota, vaatame, 18.03 või? Nii. Okei. Ma ei tea, kas see loeb midagi. Accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. okei. Nii, nüüd lähme vaatame settingud üle, sest see on ilmselt väga vali. Audio. Main volume, tõmbame siin kohe julgelt 40 peale. Nii. Muud asjad, ma arvan, et on vist fine, vaatame videot ka, V-Sync on sees, ma ei eelda, et see mingit väga super arvutit vajab, paneme siin mingi, okei, siin ei ole muud, kas siin mingit advanced ei ole, vist ei ole, advanced vist ei ole, nii, okei, las ta jääb niimoodi siis, vaatame generali ka, kuidas see field of view nii väike on ja paneme siis 90, kui siin rohkem ei saa panna. Controller vibration, ma paneks selle off, sest mul ei tohiks praegu ükski pult küll sees olla, aga mine tea, võib-olla kuidagi automaatselt ühendab ära ja pärast hakkab mingi vibreerima mul kuskil teise laua peal mingi pult või midagi. Nii, subtiitrid las olla siis sees. Järsku siin räägitakse mingit pudikeelt. Nii, tere Lenna. Ja tundub, et jumpida saab ka, okei, siis kuidas see heli praegu on, kas on liiga, ma ei oska nagu öelda, kas on liiga vali või ei ole, aga paneme 40, tundub siuke enam aus olnud enamus mängudes. Nii, begin the game siis, jah. Nii, loading. Click to skip.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
No kui ta ise õnnelik on, siis see on eriti hea. Natuke valjemaks tahate, jah?
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Aha, ramp, kus on sensitivity. Nii, okei, võib, ma ei tea, kas ei see 90 on vist on okei. Paneme nüüd settingud paika, see on see PC gaming. Paneme audiot siis veidi juurde, paneme 50 peale siis, okei. Control... Mouse sensitivity't ei saa muuta. Okei, paneme siis oma hiire peal. Oota. Ära ütle, et mul ei ole siin paigas neid. Pekki. Vahetasin vahepeal oma hiire välja. Nüüd DPI settingud ei ole. Ei ole paigas. Siin ei saa siis kuidagi, jah. Mis seal ikka. Loetavasti siin väga mingit, ma ei tea, sihti ma ei pea või midagi. Ma eeldan, et siin general all oli või? Mis asja? Camera, jumal, okei, ja ma ei mõelnud sellele, jah. Camera sensitivity on põhimõtteliselt sama asi vist. Camera sensitivity, okei. Nojah, thanks. Nüüd on normaalne. Nüüd on normaalne. Väga hea, nii. Ühesõnaga, me siis teeme kontoritööd. Aga täna arvuti ei tööta. Või noh, ei ole ühtegi käsku mulle tulnud. Ja kedagi ei ole tööl ka huvitav, et siin nagu kedagi ei ole. Nii, oota, ma eeldan, et ma saan... Oota, kas ma saan midagi näppida ka või? Ma ei tea, mis see oli. Okei, vist ei saa. Selge. 428 on lukus. 428. Kõik kuused on lukus. Oota, hüpata sai ka. Ei saa ju. Space oli hüppamine. Mul ei... You can't jump. No serious to be disabled. It get your first achievement. What? Okei. Mina arvasin, et siin saab hüpata, aga tuleb välja, et siin ei saa hüpata.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Nii, kus on meeting room? Meeting room? Meeting room on siin või? Ei, sealt läheb välja vist. Meeting room? Hallo? Hardest achievement ever, jah.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Kas ma nüüd peaksin tegema nii, nagu jutustaja mulle ütles või? Ära kuula hääli oma peas. Päris huvitav probleem nüüd, et nagu jutustaja ütles, et ma peaksin vasakule minema, aga ma nagu veits tahaks teada, mis seal paremal on. Raudselt lähevad need niikuinii kokku, vaata. Kui see üritab parodeerida erinevaid mänge, siis ma eeldan, et need teed lähevad lihtsalt samasse kohta. Nii et...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Oops.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Jaa, just. See oligi mu plaan, jaa. Oh, näe, seal on midagi. Kõik uksed on kinni. No kõik uksed on kinni, noh. Oh.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Ma pean jooma või? Ma ei mitte midagi teha ju. Kuidas mäng see on siuke?
Yes, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Ei tundu meeting room olevat. Do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop. Okay.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
Ups. Oota, ma tagasi ei saagi minna või? Oi, kurat. See on nagu mingi portal siin või? Väga siuke portalik. Portalilik. Portalilik, jah, on vist õige. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse cargo lift on 1000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift on 5000. Aga kui ma siit maha hüppan, siis ma soen ära ju. Kus nüüd siis seda trahvi mulle? Trahvi mulle teevad. Päris vägev ladu on. Mis asi? Oota, mis asi? Mis su nimi on? Kotiljubu või? tere. Dilibu kutsume siin niimoodi või? Go Dilibu.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Nii, kas mul on mingi...
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
Kes see her on?
Waiting.
Waiting for what? Ma ei tea, kes ma olengi. Kurat, need uksed kõik kinni on. Hüpata ikka ei saa ju. Ma ei saa valesti minna, jah. No ma olen juba läinud täiesti valesti, nii et... Okay. Kükitada saab. Kui see on mingi kahtene uks, ma ei taha sinna minna. Oi, perse.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Weird shit going on here.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Double check. No, it's definitely here. Clear.
Kas seda mängu saab failida ka või?
Picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Okay.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person, but if used incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember, that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Okay. Whoa, what the hell?
Back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Okay. Pean nüüd tagasi minema. Ma pean minema sealt õigest uksest, kus ma ei läinud, jah. Ta järsku uks on lahti. Kurat, kui nüüd saaks see uks lahti, siis ei ole. Okay.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Ei, ma ei hüppa. Miks ma peaks surnuks hüppama ennast? See ei tundu tervisele mõistlik. Pluss siit saab päris kõrgelt, siin saab kohe kindlasti surma, et see ei ole nagu üldse mõistlik. Kas ma ei saa hüpata ju? Ma ei saa ju hüpata. Isegi kui ma tahaks, ma ei saa ju hüpata. Näed, Space lihtsalt ei tee midagi. Ma väga tahaks hüpata, aga see teeks asja päris huvitavaks. Ma saaksin turnida igal pool, ma eeldan. Aga ma ei saa lihtsalt. Kaarti mul ka ei ole. Nonii, lähme siis tagasi. Nii, lähme tagasi ja ma pidin keerama. Kas ma ei pidanud kuskile siia minema? Asu. Ma oleks pidanud siia minema. Okei. Ma pean täitsa algusesse minema.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending. The story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Mõni nendest ustest peab lahti käima. Et siit lähen vasakule või?
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Mis juhtub, kui nüüd jälle paremale lähen? Ma ei saa. Ma tean, et ta tahab, et ma läheksin vasakule, aga nüüd ma nagu... Nüüd ma lihtsalt tahaks teada, mis juhtub, kui ma jälle paremale lähen.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Lahe. Matrix kukub kokku või midagi. Uks on kinni. Nii. Aga ma nüüd uuesti on, kas midagi muutub või? Ei muutu, okei. Ühesõnaga, ma pean vasakule minema. See ei ole ju see meeting room.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe after everything we talked about that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I...
Ma ei saa hüpata.
No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have
Kui ma saaks hüpata, siis ma saaksin seda vaata.
I have to.
Okei. Mind lülitatakse välja või midagi. Nojah. Muidugi ma sain achievementi. Ma sain kohe esimese 5 sekundiga sain achievementi. Sest millegi pärast tuleb välja, et mängus ei saa hüpata.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you.
Väga siuke...
Who thought you were so clever?
Mitte...
Now
Jah,
look where we are.
portal. Väga siuke
My
portali
entire game was destroyed.
vibe.
It was the only thing in the world that was mine.
Tere, Ona-Britt.
Right into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see?
No ma tahtsin teada, mis see paremal on, noh.
You how important it was to be like Stanley. He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it.
Sorry.
That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world
My bad.
outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Oh shit. Mis nüüd?
Behave exactly as that means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Seekord ei juhtunud midagi. Ta isegi ei karjunud mu peale.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always
ei saa muud moodi. Mul tunnen, ma pean vasakule minema jälle.
Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right.
Okei, proovime ühe korra veel.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley.
Okei, läheme siis vasakule.
Choosing responsibly and always putting the story
first. I'm
quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okei, vahet ei ole. Kõik on sama jälle. Nii. Uksed on ikka kinni. Ja kas siin on nüüd kõik laiali jälle või? Oh, kõik on terve. Nice. Nii, meeting room.
There was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Meeting schedule. Office party. Okay. Using slide to assure employees that everything is okay. Päris jah. Not cost effective. Mis asi? Standard is graphs või? 40 wide. Get Chris out of the broom closet. What? Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper cabinets. Who moved my desk? What? Tomorrow complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write the next day's agenda. Refleet või? Okay. Oi, graafikud lähevad alla. Papi dog salary on nii palju langenud. Jama värk. Post review. A lot of percentage. What do people want? Things, money, more money. Profits. Okay. What are your dreams for the future? Oh. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Don't get fired. Okei. Oota, mis ma pidin... Kuhu nüüd minema? Sinna... Ülemuse kontorisse.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ma ei saa ju hüpata. Ma muidu tahaks sinna neid uksi proovima minna. Aga ma ei saa ju hüpata. Oo. Need koridorid meikivad sama palju sensi nagu mõnes horror mängus. Mis see 2 telefoni on? Kõik uksed lukus on.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week.
What?
Night Shark 115. Was
Night.
this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code. Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. Come on, let's go.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Ma ei oska rääkida. Uh-oh.
Okay, fine. You're not gonna do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
What?
I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct.
correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something.
Vaata see, ma saan siin kuskil raudselt, ma saan siin kuskil vaata.
I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right.
Sorry, Leroy.
I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Okay. Ma tegin siis mängu läbi või? Kokku peaks olema 19 endingut või? See oli natukene kiirem, kui ma arvasin. Hüpata ma ikka ei saa, jah. Okei, no ma ei tea, proovime siis uuesti.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps. Awaiting input. Awaiting input! Oota. No, ma sain, no miks ma rohkem ei saa? Ma tahan veel toksida. Millepärast ei saa rohkem. Input received. Siin on ka midagi. Istaks kinni. No ma ei tea, lähme siis sinna meeting room'i.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fine.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Enne ma ei saanud alla minna.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Oh, no.
Why did doors close automatically behind
him
he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
What the fuck?
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Ma ei tea vist aru. Ma olen ikka siin. Ukseks kinni.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Okay.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
See oli veel lühem. 10 minutit või? Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Oh, sellest solitaari mängida. Ma ei ole näppinud seda veel. Eelmine kord oli see arvuti. Who farted? Aga eelmine kord oli see arvuti. Iga korraga saan ma ühte arvutit näppida ja panna ühe inputi juurde või? Ütleb minu loogika.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Küll ta ikka võliseb mu kallal kogu aeg.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his but eager to get back to business. Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Fine.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Persse. Ah,
But
mõtlesin,
Stanley didn't want to go back to the
et kõik
office.
alguse
He wanted
tagasi.
to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
No, I wanna go right. Ei saa.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Ahah. Miks siin mingi auto niimoodi on, ma ei saa aru, kas seal on mingi... Ja, ei tundu ust olevat. Mä kinni, nii. Okei.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to...
Minu oma on ka siin 427 kuskil või? On jah?
The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay.
Miks
From
üks...
the top.
2 tükki on fired.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Milline arvuti nüüd jälle töötab? Kas nüüd on järgmine? How to use help window.exe või? Okei. Näe, nüüd on jälle... siin ei ole ükski arvuti, ei taha inputi, okei, lähme edasi. Tere, Kott!
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Ma ei saa ju hüpata. Peaksin hüpata, ei saa. Mind täiega häirib, et ei saa hüpata. Ühestki uksest ei paista midagi. Välja arvatud siit paremalt. Paremalt natuke, no okei, siit poolt paistab ka midagi. Need lähevad kokku oma vahel.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
Oh, no.
Unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
No, but... Oh my god.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps. Ükski arvuti inputi ei taha, kahtlane.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Mõtlesin järsku mingi secret door või midagi. Ma ei saa uksi näppida enam millegi pärast.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
What?
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Okay. Mis see on mingi Silent Hill või?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Oh, yeah!
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Okay.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Number 1 dad. Input? No input. Wait. See ei saa õige olla. Seal saab solitaari mängida.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Okay, I go back. Ma ei saagi solitaari mängida. Milline pettumus.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Oh! Okay. Jaa, tundub, et me ei jõua kuhugi. Nüüd läheb fancy-maks või?
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Okay.
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Kas kell liigub edasi või? Vist liigub, jah? Huvitav. Okei. Lähme edasi.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Nüüd me lähme siia. Ahah. Vaatame, kas mõni arvuti on tööle hakanud. Ei ole, okei. Me jõudsime siia jälle.
No, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Fine. Ta isegi viitsi rääkida enam.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right?
Yes.
Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything.
Ma ei saa kogu aeg paremale keerata ju.
Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Oota, ei, ma olen tagasi. Ma tahan näha, kui ma olen tagasi, kas me siin kogu aeg vasakule keerame? Teangi. Oh my god. Või on tagasi sinna, kus ma olin? Never
Not
mind.
you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Ooh.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision.
Nonny.
Here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Ma ei saagi valida või?
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
Oh.
That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing.
Find the line again, begin following the line, find an identical replica of the office that has begun to deteriorate. Attempt to make up the story, narrative, seventh restart, there is no longer an office.
I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on.
Find a bookstore.
Like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it.
After a long time, Stanley dies.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
What? Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Kas ta nüüd ei mäleta
Stanley
või?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Kui input ei ole, siis see on seesama ikka. Siin ei ole inputi, nii et see on seesama. See on seesama instance nii-öelda. Okay,
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yep.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Perhaps. Nii,
The
lähme
lounge
siia.
was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this? But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Ennem läksime alla sealt. Lähme seekord siis edasi.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. There
Tan-ta-da!
was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ai, see on see koht. Vahet ei ole.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal.
Ta tegi väikse uinaku täna.
I am okay.
I am okay. All is good. Nii.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Nii.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the
Kui see oli nüüd, vaata, keskmine, siis see nüüd tuleb 6. kord. Ma pean võib-olla meelde jätma, kuidas see schedule seal oli.
In that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Nii.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Input ei ole, raudselt input ei ole. Nii et see ei ole uus. Jep, see ei ole uus. Jep, see vana läheb edasi. Nii. Okei.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, I enter door on my left. HOIATUS Tom.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Okei, ma lähen üles seega.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Nii. Oh, siin on mingi kiri. Seda ennem ei olnud. uks tuli lahti. I've got the feeling. Money's for stealing. But not yours, of course. So that's that's a lovely purse. We say that's a lovely purse. Okay. Extreme bathrooms. Mul pole peegelpilti. Ma ei eksisteeri. Võib-olla ma olen vampiir. See ainuke uks, mis lahti käib. Nojah. Awaiting input. Mina pekki. Kuradi koht see on, et uksed lahti käivad. Siin on lift. Oota, mis on Doors Monthly või? I want to go up. Up, please. Oh! What? Kas sina tead, mis on päris ja mis ei ole? Ei, ma ei tea. Siin ei ole, siin kõik on fake. Kõik elame Matrixis. See on mingi jube aeglane lift või on see väga-väga suur maja? See on mingi trikiga lift. Me tegelikult ei liigu vist. Pean vist nuppu vajutama. Samas see tüüp nagu siin laulab ja möliseb natukene. Tundub nagu muusika võiks läbi saada. Aga võib-olla ka mitte. nii et me ei liikunud mitte kuhugi. Näh, mõttetu lift. Kõige sitem lift maailmas.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Ahah, 2845, jah. See on kahtlane siin.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Jah, ma sain aru. Mingi secret door on siin. Aga mis siis jutub, kui ma selle valesti olen?
2845.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Siin, okei. Jälle mingi lift või?
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
What?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Come on!
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Mis see on mingi ahju kõnnin või? I'm not dead.
As
Oh,
the machine
what?
whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
No!
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Okay.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Just haig. Või sa mitte midagi arvest toimub.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Nature made it. Office layout. Ja, need on tuttav jah. Okay. The two doors. Button sounds. Oh my god. Credits. Tegin mängu ära jälle veel. Või? Jah, ei. Maintenance room. Ultra Deluxe announcements. We announced Ultra Deluxe version of Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement and the game's delay. In the game's delay. Okay. Warzone. Early in development we designed an ending. War cards. We designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Okay. Nii, Warcards tahab, et me sööksin midagi või? Mul on veel neid Candy Popi ämmelgaid. Või... Oi, kurat, need asjad teevad. Või... Mida me sööme siis? Ma panen selle puldi tagasi, mõtlesin puldi maha ära. Nii. Mida me sööme siis? väike präänik. Teeme präänikupaki lahti. Polegi ammu präänikut söönud. Ai kuram. Ja esimene präänik on kohe. Toppelt präänik. Näete, ma ei saa seda. See. Fuse together. Pean ära sööma. Väga hea. Narrator emails, mis asja? After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are the selection of those emails. Okei, need on väga imelikud. Mis asja, mingi vent on kuskil või? Maintenance saab minna mingisse venti või? The flow of hallways following the first two doors was important to get right since players will replay them so many times. Need on lihtsalt need valikud. Okei. Issand, kus oli väike präänik alles. Oh, need ei töötagi või? Kahju. The game is now paused. Begin the game again. Resume the game. What? Ma pole mingi pooli asju näinudki. Ma peaks exitisse minema. Võtan vaatame korra siia poole ka. Evolution of Stanley's office. Okei. Lähme sinna exitisse siis.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Ma sulen ära, kui ma seda vajutan.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Mida?
You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Ma oleks pidanud vist kutti panema. Okei. Kas me nüüd päriselt saime surma või ikka veel käib see mis iganes confusion ending või? Telefoni ees. Oh shit, me saimegi surma vist.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Üks veel ja siis on inputit täis, siis juhtub midagi. Ma eeldan, ma ei tea ausalt, et võib-olla ei juhtu midagi. Ma ei imestaks, kui ei juhtu midagi. Aga narrator ei räägi ju. Seega me ei alustanud uuesti. Seega see ongi confusion ending. See on ikka veel confusion ending.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
No ta ei
No
ole
reason
empty.
to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
FA on siis fuck all.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Oota, ma kalan vetta vaan.
Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Nii.
You
Ma
do
saan nüüd
realize
mingit-
there's no choice or anything in here, right?
Ma saan nüüd mingeid
If
uksi
I'd
lahti
said
teha.
Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concern.
Oota, saab siis puhub kaaset endingut või? Oota.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Ei, no kui ta ei oleks öelnud, et on pruunkloset
Well, I've
ending.
come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Kas ma saan siis pruunkloset endingu või? Okei, vist ei saa. Peame lahkuma vist siit. Oli tore! Kapp.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you too. Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Okei, lähme edasi.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ai, oota, see on see koht, sinna ma ei taha minna. On kõik sama. Nüüd botti ei ole. Ma ei saagi välja minna poole peal.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
Ah, 45 oli, jah.
Stanley couldn't possibly have. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. he stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Tagasi ei saa minna. Ei saa, okei. Oot, mis asja? Siin on mingi kahtlane nurk, aga ma ei saa midagi teha siin, okei.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Fine.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Maybe.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Mitu endingut, ma ei tea. Mul pole õrna aimugi.
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Mind controls idle, awaiting input. Kolm. Kas see tähendab kuskil on 1 ja 2 või? Ma arvan, et need ei tee midagi.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Kui ma on vajutan, kas ma siis ärkan uuesti lihtsalt office'is?
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode,
What?
eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means.
Ma ei tea, kas ma pean mingis järjekorras seda tegema.
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood.
Kus neli
I'm
on?
gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not?
Kus neli on?
These are precious additional seconds.
Üleval või?
Time
Oh
doesn't
shit.
grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off?
On jah, neli siin.
Running from button
Nee.
to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? One
Nee,
soul?
mis nüüd?
Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away.
Enable backup power.
You're only still playing instead
Oh,
of watching
shit.
a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine.
Okay.
But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't.
Ma oleks pidanud
Take a
siin
look at
mingit...
the clock, Stanley. That's
Ma
30
oleks pidanud siin
seconds
midagi
you have
vajutama.
left to strike.
Oh no.
30
I'm
seconds
gonna
until
die!
boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown.
Ma oleks pidanud vist...
Will you cling desperately to your frail life?
Okei, minema kuskile siia vajutama siin ka midagi veel.
Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we until the moment I say, happily ever up.
I'm dead. või? Hei, okei. Oh! What the... see kustus ära. Okei, see läheb tagasi mingi aeg. Ma ei tea, mida ma tegema. Raudselt ma pean mingit õiget värvi vajutama või midagi. See on nagu hell rohkem. Okay, I give up. Okay. Begin the game again. Kas ma iga kord lähen nüüd sinna või? Okei. Nii et ma ei või seda näppida praegu. Aga kui ma mõnel teisel arvutil leian selle...
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okei, ma tegelikult tahaksin oota, mis see oli? Maintenance room'i minna või? Huh?
Oh, New content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Kas ta viib nüüd mu mängu algusse tagasi või?
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Oh.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
What?
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Ma saan hüpata lõpuks või? Aga ainult siin ringi sees. Come on. Really? Okay. Oh yeah, ma saan hüpata. No, kasutame kõik oma hüpped ära siis. Oota, aga järsku mul on vaja neid. Järsku mul on vaja neid.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Ma ei tea, kas ma... Okei. Ei, ma arvan, et mul on vaja neid. See on mingi triki... See on trikiga! See on trikiga, mul on järgmises kohas vaja hüpata raudselt. Aga never mind. Ma ei saa hüpata rohkem.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content, and oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes, I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying the
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
No, okei siis. Hei. What the hell? I hate Mondays. See on mingi teistmoodi.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something! Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Okay. Fine.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork. Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
What the hell? Oh, mis asi see nüüd? What?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Okay.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
British Academy of Film and Television. Good times. Oh. New video game releasing today. Little Stanley, what? Okay. What?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content. Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything. The serious room. Aga ma ei saa hüpata sinna ju. Sest ma ei saa hüpata.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't
Ütles
give to
Piusa.
go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
See on mingi Half-Life nüüd.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them. Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. but maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes.
See on ujuda või?
Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Okei, ma lähen vajutan nuppu siis.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is
okay, slipime siis.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review.
Okay.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait. How do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
What?
Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking.
Ma ei saagi midagi muud teha peale nupuvajutuse.
Would you think that
Mitte
it's
midagi.
exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret.
Okay.
There's only the...
Uh-oh. He did. Ohoh, suitsuandri patarei on tühjaks saanud ja kell on seina pealt alla hukkunud. Kell ei käi edasi ka enam. No.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything.
Kas ma ei saagi siit välja enam või?
The end is never the end, 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 is never...
Uks kadus, laske mind välja. Ei, nupp ikka töötab. Ohoh. Lagi hakkas ja lagunema ja... Aga mingi tava ei ole ikka veel tekkinud vist. Ka, et mul taskulamp ei ole. Valgus. Ikka ei ole ühtegi auku kuskil. Kahju, et siin rohkem mingeid seinu ei hävine või midagi. Pekki. Uh-oh. Ohoh. Freedom! Vist. Praam siit ei saa ülesse. Miks me siia üles ei saa minna? Kas ma saan? Kaugele ma minna saan? Mitte väga kaugele vist. Okei. Ei, sinna ma ei taha minna. Kas mõni uks käib lahti?
Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in?
What?
How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Ma ei saa, mul arvuti ei tööta praegult.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Yeah, new. I'm not falling for that one.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Mind häirib, et enamus uksi ikka lahti ei käi. Kuigi ma nüüd olen saanud juba mingid uksi lahti.
Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
See on see maintenance room või? Siin peaks mingi vent olema või?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Paista siin mingid venti olevat. Või noh, seal on, aga sinna ei pääse. Uks 430. Ma ei näinud siukest ust.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, hold on for a minute.
Teeme kiiremini.
Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right.
Siin tuleb igal juhul confusion ending või?
I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Siin ei ole mul mingid valikuid vist.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Nee. On 430 on siin.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Selle 430-ga.
Missed a memo.
Doesn't work. Nee. Hetkel vist on see confusion, yeah, okay.
What? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on.
Ei, lähme siit.
I'm the one who wrote the story.
Ei, vasakule, sa tahtsid ma vasakule lähen. Lähme vasakule, näed. Jaa, vasakule.
Okay then, it's an adventure. Come, Stanley, let's find the story.
Wait, nüüd kõik lähevad ühte kohta.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely to progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Boop. Nee. Ja nüüd pole uksi.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering.
Okei, kas ma saan seda... Ma ei viitsi seda kõike uuesti läbi teha. Kas nüüd ma... nüüd ma olen vist, jah. Okei.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
What?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door
sellega
5
saab
times.
achievement
Is that
või?
all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction
Ei saagi või?
of true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Ma arvan, et seda ei saagi. Siis ta tahab 100 järgmisena saada.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Uh... 417. Kus see veel on? Aha!
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Kus see oli? Kas see oli tagasi või? Aha.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415. Aha.
Now, back to door number 437.
Yes, jooksen tagasi.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Kus see siin on? Siin.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Ma ei saa ju hüpata. Kuidagi saab siin, raudselt kuidagi siit saab. Võib-olla teiselt poolt peab minema. Ei saa, nii, jätta tooli peale kuidagi. Ei saa.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Kus see oli? See on edasi vist, jah. 416. 425, 420, 416 oli siin. Ei, 4... Seda ei eksisteeri. There's no 416. No! Nii palju vaeva. Mida see turn to two door hallway, click on door. See oli see uks või? No siis ei saa, jah.
Oh, good. You notice my sign.
Lähme siia siis vahet üle.
I have something very...
Siin on, jah.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine do that one again!
Siin ei ole koopiamasinat, jah. Okei.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it!
Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now? What were you thinking?
Okei, lähme siia. No loodame, et on siis. Tundub samale.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
The end is never the end again.
Yeah. Isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory cover with a fully fledged, entirely new experience built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Look, ideas. Oh.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Võib-olla näemegi, kuhu me välja jõuame.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. What?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Jim.
See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name the button says. But no. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away.
What? No!
Jim.
Okei, lähme siis ära. Täiesti aju lihtsalt. Ma ei tea, kui mõni Jim juhtub mängima, mis siis saab. Seal on ka uks. Ma ikka loodan, et mõni uks käib lahti ka. Nii, et mis siin veel oli nüüd?
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate what I've created here.
Nii. Jump circle, infinite hole. Infinite hole. 3 new and easy achievement. I can't believe it's that. It just works. Nüüd on kahtlane. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Mis siis, kui ma seda piisavalt palju vajutan? Vist ei saa. Pettus. Pettus, ma ütlen. Wait. Okei, lähme siis tagasi.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
The infinite hole? The jump circle. Mul ei ole ühtegi jumpi.
Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well... I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Ma ei saagi kunagi enam hüpata või? What?
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
okei. Kuus ju, mis asja? Mul on vaja kuuta.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Infinite hole. Kahtlane. Merch. Please no screenshots. Oota, mis siin on? Ei, see läheb. Kuhu see läheb?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Stepniece. What?
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, stepniece, it is.
Okei. Selge.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving
Screenshot ei tohtinud siin teha või?
Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Midagi juhtunud. Reassurance bucket? What?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Mul on igavesti.
For most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Okay. Button that says gym. Selge. Lähme siis Infinite Hole'i või? Exit on sealpool. Ma pole veel Infinite Hole'is käinud, lähme sinna. Mis siin on? No screenshot selle. See on see sama, jah? Ta oli siis teine poolt välja või? ma saan auku hüpata või?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Kas ma siis pean mängu uuesti alustama?
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
G või? Oota.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
Järsku see ei ole infinite hole.
Sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
Nii et ei olegi või?
To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said something. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the whole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Mostly infinite ei sobi mulle. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Okei, ta vist ei räägi muga rohkem. Ehk siis vajutame G-d.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You're a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Yep.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
Ei tööta,
Sure. Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't
What?
bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked
Ei, ma mõtlesin, et see laseb mul
It's a
hüpata.
win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Ma olen nüüd augus kinni. Kust ma saaks välja, kui ma oskaks hüpata? Aga ma ei oska hüpata. Istume siis augus. Uh-oh. Auk muutus liftiks. Hüvasti maailm! Vaata mul ämber kuhu sisse sittuda. Oh! 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 Mul ei ole sõnu lihtsalt. Change your perception. Change your reality. Ooh, creepy. Change yourself. Oh! Ma ei tea, mis toimub. Ma ei tea. Oh!
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Okei. Nüüd hakkab jälle vajuma või? Oh, loading. Okei.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Lähme siis edasi. Exiti poole vist või? Kas ma saan Jimmy vajutada või? Arvad või? Ma ei usu, et ma saan seda vajutada uuesti. Nope, it's not here. Settings world champ. What? Nüüd ma sinna minna ei saa. Okei, kahju. Nee. Võib-olla peab mingi teatud setting olema, et see uks on lahti või midagi. Nii. Ma ei saagi välja minna. Exit on sealpool. Õhtust Reimos. Nii, exit.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Maybe.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement.
Ei oota, see collectible.
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
vaatame settingut kõigepealt üle.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions.
Ei, see on teine aasta.
Or a meeting.
Hoopis uus
Even
mäng.
say,
Ära sa valesti aru, see
never
on
in all
Stanley
his
Parable
years at the
2.
company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh, palli. Pallid on iga.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed him. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
Ma juba sain
Click a
achievement'i.
door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Seda ei olnud siin, noh? Oli või? Ei olnud. Ämber.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Mul on nüüd ämber. Great success! Nii. Või. Siin oli eelmise new content jõuks.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Jep. Ma
And here
kuulan
it
nüüd
was.
ämbri
Had the
juhiseid.
bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Mõtlen, kas ma seal saan ka midagi teha veel. Kas seal oli veel mingi valik? Vaatame korra.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh my god, see mäng on... Ma ei oska seda mängu kirjeldadagi.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
huvitav, kas on jälle keegi helistub?
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Okei. Miks ta sinna helistab? Kas mul ei ole telefon? Mul on siin ka telefon ju. Wait. Midagi on teistmoodi.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Nee.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
No.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Näh.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Oh.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Nii, vetsu.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you
Miks
come
ta nii
across
kurva
with
näoga on?
these beautiful figurines.
Okei, väga hea. Me and my bucket. Ükskord see viib kuhugi. Ükskord. Kaheksa.
Into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
See on achievement või?
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Nice. Loading. Selle liftiga sõin ennast tagasi või?
Plummeting towards an unknown
No,
fate.
ma ei tea, kas see on võimalik.
It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Number 3?
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Okei, lähme tagasi.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
What?
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Idiot.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Aga võib-olla ühe korra veel.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Ai, rohkem ei ole vist.
Said Stanley.
Okay, never mind.
I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. He would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Okay.
For months he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life. This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one. There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious,
that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Oh no, no võtavad mu ämbri ära või? What?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
tal on naine ka. Naine helistab vahest. Aga ämber on alles.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
ise tal ajutised ämbrid on igavesed. Järgmine kord, kui ma ehituspoodi lähen, ma ostan ka siukse plekist ämbri omale. Oot, see on kahtlane.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
What? Whiteboard ending. Dog mode. What the hell? Ah.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
No.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to... Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Kuule, kus siin alla saab?
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Dark room. Lifti kõrval all. Mis mõttes? See ruum seal. Kui ma hüpata saaks, oleks siin palju lihtsam. Kui ma siit alla hüppan, siis ma saan surma. Aga kuidas ma sinna... Sealt ma ei pääse, lift on sealpool. Ma saan muidugi poole pealt hüpata sinna alla. Aga ma ei tea, kas ma sealt kuskilt edasi saan. Ah soo, sealt oleks saanud või? Nüüd ma ei saa tagasi enam, jah? No jah, okei, järgmine kord siis. Siin ei olnud mingit dark room'i. See pole üldse dark room'i. Ta mõtleb sinna, okei.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take...
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
What?
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Okay. Ma olen kodus või? Hello, Stanley, it's me, your bucket pressed G to make me to take me to work with you. Mida äkki, noh?
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Mul on mingi forever on see dog mode või? Ma ei saa näppida seda enam. What? Okei.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Käid sa ämbriga kodu, tööle ja koju või?
I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press F to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Mis nüüd toimub? Kas mu ämbrit ei ole enam?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the
Figurine
story
Finders
in any
Committee.
way.
Ah, ämber.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Nüüd lähme üritame selle figuriini kätte saada.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
Ah.
Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay, I'm going to
Ta-da-da-da!
the name of these little Stanley figurines.
Kaks
I'm
veel
now
ainult.
torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Nii. Siit vist saab ikka surma, kui ma sinna hüppan või? Samas seal on see vent, vaata, lähme sinna, vaatame, kus see välja tuleb. Pekki kukkusin alla kuhugi. Okei. kassetid. Narrator sound system või?
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
What?
Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What? Mis asi see nüüd oli? Okei. Ma vist näen unes ka täna seda.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ämber on siin. Kui ma ämbrit ei võta, siis on seal teistmoodi või?
Stanley picked up the bucket and
Ma pean
smiled.
ikka ämbri võtma.
He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
Ja
to
lähme
his
seekord
chest
vasakule.
and entered the door on his left.
Stairs, something to do with stairs. Some were both red and blue. Okei, treppe ma tean, või noh, treppe kuskil seal oli, kus ma lähen sealt ülesse pean minema. Aga some were both red and blue. Trust the completionist instinct. Maybe we are the collectibles. Okay. Vana ja broom closet. Ai.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
Nii,
You can
trepid on
come
siin.
into a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Näed, olemas, nii.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon,
Aga
you'll
kus on
collect
red
the
ja
last one,
blue?
and then the first number will equal the second
ja
number,
blue.
and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Kas ta siis mõtleb seda seal või? Red ja blue. Ja ma ei ole ämbriga siin vist käinud veel või?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Mida või?
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley! Find me! He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Backflips all the way to... Mida või? Ei oska midagi öelda.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Oota. Mis juhtub, kui ma...
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. off on another thrilling adventure together. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Whoa. Mis asi see mäng on? Ma ei tea, kus ma olen. Kas see on siis nüüd taevas või on see põrgu? Ma vist ei saa siin midagi teha. Jesus Christ. Okei, ma pean siit begin the game again. Püha ämber. Püha ämber. Nii, okei.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Siit on kinni, jah. Järsku ma saan võtme või keycard'i kuskilt. Danger. Danger everywhere. Okay. I guess I'll die.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
What? Is this a bucket?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
HOIATUS.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
A.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yep.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Oi, kell juba nii palju või? Issand jumal.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
What?
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Aha.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
No, a bucket is a bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this.
Yes.
I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait,
Everything is a bucket.
everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
okei. Keegi helistab jälle.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Okei. Ma ei tea, kas peaks vaikselt lõpetama hakkama. Tundub, et siin on veel asju, mida ma ei ole teinud. Lähme ilma ämbrita sinna. No lähme korra ilma ämbritega vaatama.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your
Ma saan viimase figuriini siit või? Red and blue.
Carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, näe ongi.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment.
Oh,
this
yes.
is doing something
Kõik
just
saime
for the
kätte.
sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Kõik. Oota, mis ta ütles? Mulle meeldib sinine värv rohkem.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Nah.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see?
Whoa.
There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Nah. Nah.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Jah ja ei.
Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings. Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
What? Leaderboard või? Okei. Kas see on päris või see on vist suvaline, see on mingi random. This is you. Okei, ma lähen siit nii.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
No.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. Why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
What?
Ah, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What's our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Oh my god.
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley, and it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
So
Oh no. No, it can't be.
yeah.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
What?
Oh. Thank goodness, Stanley, not a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing, that big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Firewatch oli iseenesest hea mäng ju.
This will be just the thing.
Mulle küll väga meeldis.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oho, ma olen päris kiire.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes. Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls!
Firewatch ei olnud open world. No ja seda küll, no mitte päris open world, aga noh, ta oli rohkem open world kui see mäng, I guess.
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you'd like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Okay.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Aukali.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oi. Ma ei tea, kus ma olen, ma ei tea, mis ma teen siin. Jamesi tahab, et ma sööksin, jah. Ja võib ju vaheldaks sõbrääniku võtta küll, jah.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to say. He needs it. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am.
Suured tänud 10 euro eest, Tom.
To this world. Oh yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Nee. Oh, okei. Samas mul ei ole seda input enam seal. Ja kõik on tavaline. Aga okei, teate, mis aitab vist tänaseks. Jaa, teeme loosiratta ära. Suurt tänud veel kord Tomile 10 €. Oota, ma otsin nüüd selle õige kohakas üles. Spin wheel. Ja teeme nalja ka. Nii. Ja mis meil siit loosirattas siis välja tuleb? Striimi mäng. Ma peaaegu oleks saanud T-särgi, aga ei tulnud. Striimi mäng tuli. Nii et teeme nalja. Ja siis ma saadan sulle mingi Striimi mängu. Nii lihtne ongi. Võib-olla lasen sul valida, vaatame. Nii, oih, vabandust, ma siin kogemata tegin raamatule haiget. Juku, räägi meile, mispärast pidasid muistsed egiptlased skarabeust pühaks mardikaks, küsib õpetaja ajalootunnis. Seepärast, et skarabeus veeretas sõnniku kuulikest, alustab Juku kobamisi ja edasi. No, egiptlased samastasid seda kuulikest maailmaga. Mispärast? Sest juba vanad egiptlased teadsid, et maailm on kujult kera ja sisult sõnnik. No võt, ma ei tea, kas see nüüd naljakas on, aga võib-olla väike tarkuse tera on seal sees. Siukene väike. Okei. Paneme nüüd quit to menu. Ma ei arvanud, et see nii pikk on, ütleme niimoodi siis. Nii, siin on achievementid ka või? Nii vähe neid ongi või? 4/11. Kas ma saan siin kuskil neid näha ka või? Achievements, locked on siin beat the game. Siis on welcome back. Okei. Test achievement, please ignore. Settings, world champion. Set all settings slide in the menu to all the available numbers. Okei. Speedrun, complete Stanley parable in under 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Ahah. Okei. Super, go outside. Don't play Stanley parable for 10 years. Okei. Play the Stanley parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. Okei. Wow. Nojah, päris huvitavad achievementid. Siin näeb ka, jah. Ega vahet ei ole, see on see sama. Ma arvasin, et siin on rohkem achievemente, aga üllatavalt vähe on siin neid. Aga okei, Tom, kohe vaatame, las ma mõtlen natukene, kus ma saan vaadata. Kus mul see nimekiri oli. Ma lasen sul valida. Ma kohe vaatan. Kus mul see nimekiri siin asjadest on? Homme on teisipäev, jah. Homme saaksin ära teha. Ei, ma arvan, et mind need achievementid ausalt öelda nii väga ei koti. Et kui tuleb, siis tuleb ja noh, ma väga tavaliselt nende peale ei tõmble, ütleme niimoodi. Nii. Tom, kas sa tahad? Mul on pakkuda sulle näiteks Jagged Alliance 3. Või ma on sulle kahe mängu vahel valida, oota, kus see teine oli nüüd. Oota, mis asja? Oota, midagi on sassis. Jaa, ei, nii. Või... Kus meil siin on see? Või Old World. Old World on siis mingisugune strateegiamäng, millest mina ei tea ausalt öelda mitte midagi. Aga võib-olla on hea? I don't know. Ja Jagged Alliance on ka tegelikult siukene strateegiamäng, mõlemad on strateegiamängud, okei, noh, ma tegin võib-olla natukene kehva valiku, aga Jagged Alliance on rohkem siukene, mis mängu see nüüd meenutab mulle seda, mis mäng see oli nüüd, pole neist kuulnudki või? Jagged Alliance on nagu see, mis see mäng nüüd Steamis oli see, mul vist endal on olemas isegi see mäng, oota ma vaatan korra. Issand jumal, kus ma nüüd selle muidugi üles teen, mul mustmiljon mängu ja mulle piltide pealt meenutas ta väga Commandos, just Commandost, kui sa seda tead. Tundus nagu midagi sarnast olevat, nagu Commandos. Aga kumba sa soovid? Anna mulle teada. Jagged Alliance 3 või Old World? No, ma võin kohe siit otsida ka, oota, ma võib-olla saan siin pildi ka ette võtta, siis saab teistele ka näidata. Jagged Alliance 3, siukene mäng. Pead siin mingit, noh siin saab mingid relvi valida, pead oma mingit squadi mingi liigutama kuskile. Ja ma ei tea, võtma üle ja tegema mingid missioone ja whatever asju. Ja siis need... Kord, see näeb iski päris huvitav välja. Võib-olla oleks pead ise proovima. Ühesõnaga, see on siis Jagged Alliance 3 ja Old World on natukene teist sorti. Old World ei olegi nii. See on suht odav mäng, ütleme niimoodi. 10 euri. Aga see on siuke natukene teistmoodi strateegia. Mingi civilizationi laadne. Nii et kumba mängu soovid? Mis sa arvad? Mõlemad peaks olema mingi very positive Steamis, et see on lihtsalt Old World on praegult mingi mega odav, see muidu on ka 40 euri, mingi -75 on praegult juhuslikult. Ma ei teadnud seda, et see praegult nii alla hinnatud on. Nii, esimene tundub huvitav. Jagged Alliance 3, selge. Ma saadan selle sulle Twitchi. Jah, saadan Twitchi sulle. Ja siis on sellega korras. Veel kord suurt tänud 10 euri eest. Kuna nüüd, ma arvasin ausalt öelda, et see Stanley Parable, et noh, mis paar tundi teed ja ongi kõik ja värki ja nüüd on lugu selline, et mulle täitsa siis oli... Ma ei oska seda kirjeldadagi. No see oli kogemus. Oled Discordis ka, jah? Väga tore. Ja see oli siuke kogemus, et ma tahaks ausalt öelda veel teada, mis mul seal veel vaatamata on. Ma arvan ka, et see tänane stream oli siuke lõbusam, kui siin nii mõnigi... Jah, võib-olla kui eelmine aasta kokku enam. Sest see on lihtsalt nagu nii ajuvaba lihtsalt. Ma ei oska paremini seda selgitada. See on nagu... Sa isegi ei oska midagi arvata, mis seal järgmisena võib tulla lihtsalt. See on nagu lihtsalt nii ettearvamatu. Aga ma kindlasti tahan veel proovida seal, et mis mul seal veel nägemata on. Ilmselt mul on päris mitu asja veel nägemata, et mingi hetke võtame selle veel ette. Ja mul kaamera, see on see Razeri kaamera, ärge oske neid kuradi Razeri asju. See ei suuda fokusseerida alati normaalselt, ma ei tea, mis tal viga on. kuigi mu valgus on alati, põhimõtteliselt alati sama. Ja see lihtsalt see ka, ma olen mõelnud uuele kaamerale, aga ma pole veel, ta on mul ostukorvis, aga ma pole veel ära ostnud. Nii et võib-olla saab kunagi selle korda. Nii et jah, suurt tänud kõigile, kes viitsisid vaadata. Kindlasti proovime siis veel millegi seda teha. Ja mis seal ikka, kohtume siis juba järgmine kord. Tulge Discordi veel, kes veel ei ole ja ilusat esmaspäeva jätku teile, nii vähe, kui seda veel järgi jäänud on. Ma kindel ei ole, millal järgmine stream on, aga siis on, kui on. Nii et